Lillian Dunstall is acting mayor. I would ask that the deputy clerk read the motion to convene into closed meeting.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Dunstall. The motion reads that a closed meeting of council be held on January 16th, 2023 at 4 p.m. in accordance with Section 239 3.1, Section 239 2F, and Section 239 2K of the Municipal Act 2001 to consider the following. Council orientation, Section 239 3.1, this meeting is held for the purpose of educating or training the members. Ontario Land Tribunal matters, Section 239 2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And property negotiations, Section 239 2K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
May I have a mover and a seconder? Vote. Carried. Motion carries. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. If we can please start with a motion to reconvene in open. The recommendation is that council will reconvene in open session. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? Great, so we have now officially reconvened. Looking at our moment of reflection today, I first wanted to note that before we begin tonight's meeting, there was the sudden passing of Honourable David O'Linney. O'Linney was appointed the province's Lieutenant Governor in 2007, a post that he held for 7 years. After his term, O'Linney became a special advisor to the provincial government on accessibility and disability issues. David is recognized as a tireless campaigner for people with disabilities and leaves behind a memorable legacy of advocacy works. He passed away at the age of 72. I also wanted to take this time recognizing that today is known as Blue Monday and that next Wednesday we have Bell Let's Talk Day on January the 25th. Both of those days serve as a catalyst to remove the stigma associated with mental health and encourage people who are either struggling themselves or know somebody that is struggling that it's okay to talk about it, and in fact it's quite important. More than 1 in 2 Canadians struggling with mental health are currently not getting the support they need, and our healthcare system is not designed to adequately deal with the significant numbers of mental health problems our society is facing today. So I do want to encourage all of you here, one, to do something positively that impacts your mental health, as well as perhaps reach out to someone and check in on how they're doing. And then with all of that aside, if we could move on to Councillor Sadhu with our territorial land acknowledgement, please.
We have gathered in the Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between the Indigenous peoples before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, work, and together as a community.
Thank you very much. And any disclosures of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act in relation to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Your Worship, I have one, 12.1, the third awarding design to Walter Fady. My son is CEO at Walter Fady Partnership in Kitchener, and I will be recusing myself from that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And when we get to that point, I will remind you and leave it up to your discretion as to if you stay in the room or leave. Now, for no additions to the agenda for this evening, but we do have the adoption of the agenda. The recommendation is that the agenda as presented for January 16th, 2023 be adopted. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconder. Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. All those in favor? Perfect, and that motion carries. Regarding minutes of the previous meeting, the recommendation is that the minutes of the following meeting be adopted, which was special council meeting of December 12th. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that motion carries. We do not have any public meetings or additional presentations for this evening, but moving on to the consent agenda. If members of council have any questions and want to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate so now, as we will not be taking any questions on the consent items unless items are requested to be removed and added to the regular agenda. Anybody want to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay, so in that case, the recommendation is that the recommendations for the consent item 11.1 be approved. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Sadhu and seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Fantastic. And that motion carries. Now moving on to reports. We have one report this evening. This is 12.1, which Councillor Cressman noted his conflict on. And I will first turn it over to Sandy Jackson to present her report. And then I'd like to note that we do have someone from the public speaking directly after her. After both have spoken, then we will go to questions of council. So Sandy, if you would please present your report.
Thank you, Mayor Salomon. Members of council, this evening I'll be presenting the third rink RFP results and recommendation for your consideration. This report provides a detailed background and copies of past council reports outlining how the township has reached the point of seeking council support this evening. The report recommendation aligns with these past reports with a proposed single-pad NHL-sized rink with seating for approximately 200 to 300 spectators, as well as dressing rooms, storage, and office space attached to the Wilmot Recreation Complex. The background reports also contain demographic studies, population growth analysis, user group consultation input, and a review of ice surface demand trends both locally and across the industry. Deciding when it is time to trigger construction of an additional ice pad is a complex and challenging decision for any municipality. Through Monteith Brown Planning's consultants' research and reporting, the township has consistently reviewed information since 2007 to ensure this decision is well thought out before making the recommendation for the type of major capital investment that we are seeking this evening. Since the township opened the Wilmot Recreation Complex twin pads in 2007, ice rentals have been at or close to capacity for all prime time hours. In addition, demand through minor sport organization growth and adult and private ice rental requests have continued to climb. This is supported in the research by Monteith Brown as information gathered through user group consultations identified the need for ice, the type of arena that is needed, and the preferred location. Based on this evidence and Monteith Brown ice users' studies, a third rink was identified as necessary for as early as the 2021-2022 ice season, and each year the need continues to grow in our community. Monteith Brown were also contracted to create and present a concept design to the former council that shows how the third rink could be attached to the Wilmot Recreation Complex, and you can see that in your report on page 18. The design goal will be to maximize efficiencies related to building footprint, staffing needs, parking needs, refrigeration and equipment requirements, land costs, and room for further expansion should a fourth rink be considered in the future. Constructing a third rink also supports recommendations in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan to address immediate and future ice need demands. Pressures being experienced by the local ice user groups is resulting in the inability or limited ability to address access to recreation for local youth. Adult and private ice rentals, as mentioned, will generate more revenue to help offset youth discounts that are generally not accommodated due to lack of available ice. Adding a third pad will provide local minor sport rink users with additional ice in their own community and allow for adult and private rentals to be expanded to help offset these operating costs. With respect to the design and project management RFP, the RFP was issued in November 2022 and attracted 25 plan takers with 7 submissions. Staff evaluated the proposed approaches and cost proposals that were included in each submission, and we are recommending Walter Fady Incorporated as the preferred design team. Walter Fady is an integrated design firm with experts in architecture, mechanical, electrical, structural, civil engineering, and green design, and significant experience designing new and renovating existing recreation complexes, particularly arenas. The proposed project lead has 17 years of experience and will be the principal architect on the project. Due to the uncertain construction market, updated cost estimates will be provided by the design team at 60% and 90% of the design completion, as well as estimating operating costs once the construction is completed. This report seeks support to award Walter Fady the design portion of the project at an upset limit of $625,551.10 net of HST rebate, and award of project management for construction will be sought at a future meeting upon completion of the design. Proceeding with the design and having a shovel-ready design will be an advantage as staff seek grant opportunities to offset the capital costs of construction. In conclusion, The need for a third ice pad is imminent in Wilmot based on rental levels, research by Monteith Brown, and user group consultation over the years. And staff are recommending awarding the design portion this evening as identified to Walter Fady Incorporated. And staff will be happy to answer any questions council may have, I guess, after the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Sandy. And our member from the public, I believe it's Gord Mills who's registered to delegate on this. Gord, if you'd like to come up, and if you just want to quickly introduce yourself, and then you'll have 7 minutes to make your comments. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Allison, councillors, Wilmot staff, and members of Wilmot residents. My name is Gord Mills. I'm the president of the New Hamburg Firebirds, and I'm here to speak on the third ice pad proposal. As many of you know, the Firebirds have been a long-standing part of Wilmot's hockey history. We celebrated 70 years this year, participating in Wilmot. Our organization is an integral part of the user groups within the facility, and like many of the groups, we were asked to do a short consultation at the beginning of this process. The needs of the facility are definitely there. The needs of the Wilmot is definitely there. We question if our needs and our concerns are covered and considered in the new ice pad proposal. We are concerned about adequate seating, type of pad, proper sight lines, flow of people, and adequate capacity to host events. With these thoughts, we believe that consultation and analysis should be done further to meet all the needs. We ask the council take this consideration and discussion into the proposed ice pad before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gord. Councillors, any questions? We'll first ask of Gord if you have any questions of him. Councillor Dunstall?
Hi, Mr. Mills. My question to you would be, I know that the sightlines are an issue,
Yes.
correct? If for some reason this had to be put off, would there be any benefit? And perhaps I don't know what I'm talking about, that's happened before, trust me, but I was wondering if we could have some kind of large, not a TV, but something that you would be able to, everyone sitting would be able to see all aspects of the ice.
I guess that would be possible in a TV setting. I believe that would be a challenge within our facility, but I can't speak to that totally for experience. I do know I've sat on the Firebird board for over 10 years now. In all the 10 years, we get complaints every year about sightlines. And our concern is with the facility that was built that we deal with now, the sightlines have been a problem from the very beginning. And you can't fix a problem once it's built like that. So our concern is if we're going to move forward on another pad, we should move forward with the right approach. And that's what we're concerned about,
Thank
that
you.
aspect.
Any other questions for Gord? Okay, thank you very much, Gord, for
Thank you.
coming. And now I'm certain that there are going to be some questions for Sandy. Any questions that councillors want to ask? Councillor Dunstall.
Hello, Ms. Jackson. The report was great. There was a lot of information that I wasn't aware of, so that was really good. And what I did note was that this has been identified as of 2007, correct? So we're looking at what, almost 20 years? Why the delay? Like what was the reason for the delay, do you know?
Through the mayor, as you're aware, I've only been here for the past 3 years, but I believe really the way I would answer that is that the township has been watching the trends and watching the needs, and I would assume there were assumptions made that the twin rink would satisfy the needs in the interim, and it was an increase of a full ice pad from what was there before 2007. It was only the New Hamburg Arena at the time prior to that. And I think it was just being fiscally responsible and watching to ensure that the demand remained for this community. And I can say this is an extreme hockey community and extreme ice use type of community. So I think it's just been a matter of doing due diligence, taking each step as it came along, and you saw how many reports even have been done since I started. There's been 4 reports just to ensure we've got the right location, the right type of facility, and the right, timeline for meeting this need in this community.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I certainly had people come to me and tell me that they had a problem getting ice time and had to go to Tavistock or Stratford or a whole bunch of different locations. So, and that's a huge issue for us. The cost is also a huge issue for us, so it's a difficult thing to do. But, all right, thank you for your time.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, the Mayor, I am wondering, Ms. Jackson, about a few things, and I echo Councillor Dunstill's point. Thank you for the report. It's very well written and extensive. One question I had was regarding development charges. Do we know the answer as to whether we can still get these development charges with Bill 23? And I think it's still unknown as to where we're at in terms of moving forward and what we can get. Is the report still accurate that the development charges could fund $396,000 in 2022, well, that's actually development charges $5 million then in 2023. Are those figures still accurate based on the changes in the province?
So, through you, Mayor Salonen, yeah, at this point in time, the regulations associated with Bill 23 and the legislation aren't clear. One thing that we know seems quite clear is that the ability to fund certain categories, specifically studies for projects, is one that we're anticipating to be eliminated completely through the amended legislation or the updated legislation. At this point in time, we would still anticipate the ability to fund through the development charges regime a portion of the cost of this new facility. Our most recent DC study pegged 45% of the capital costs for this project to be funded through development charges. That's where those numbers do come from. It's key also to note that we don't have $5.34 million in development charges sitting in our reserve funds right now. Those funds would need to come from future development as it occurs. In the meantime, we'd be required to issue debt through the DC regime to fund those costs.
Councillor Dunstall.
I'm not familiar with how the DC charges work, so maybe you could clarify that for me. Would we have access to those? When would we get access to those funds? Does that happen immediately, or?
Sure, through you, Mayor Salonen. Essentially, when we fund or transfer funds from the development charges reserves into the capital program to provide funding to actually outlay the capital expenses and pay invoices, et cetera, we have access to funds. Essentially what I'm saying is that picture the development charges reserve fund as a bank account, and you'd also have access to a line of credit or a long-term loan piece. We don't have the funds sitting there. We would need to issue debt to get the actual cash flow in place to pay for those expenses.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin, did you have an additional question? Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, the Mayor. I guess I'm also curious, Ms. Jackson, based on what Mr. Mills has said tonight, and it's something that I've witnessed myself with my children being in hockey, with regards to the sight lines, that depending on where you're sitting, it can be hard to see. So I was curious if there's a response to that. And I have previously declared a pecuniary interest when we talked about the funding for the Firebirds. So I am I don't know if I'm saying the title properly, the safety officer for the Firebirds, excuse me, safety prevention officer. So that is declared on record that I do have that interest as well. But I'm just curious, do we have an answer regarding the sight lines for you?
Through the Mayor, Mr. Mills is quite accurate that once a building is built, you can't change it very easily. So I think one of the things that we can do with the award of the design tonight is engage Walter Beatty and ask them if they have any recommendations about what could be done to improve the Scout rink and what price that might come at if there is even a way to address it. And it would be, of course, an additional cost to do that kind of research. But it would be worth having that conversation with them. I understand the sightline. I've been in arenas my whole married and pre-married life, so I do understand it's a very important thing when you're watching, especially a high caliber game. We've got an exceptional team these last few years, so nobody wants to miss the hits in the corner. I do think it would be worth looking into Councillor Dunstall's idea as a temporary fix, just to see whether or not there's anything that can be done to add a TV screen or two. I don't know what cost that would come at, but I'm certainly willing to look into it to see if there's something that can help. The challenge with that building, we'd have to look into it further, but it is an engineer-spanned roof, so the exterior walls are the supporting walls, and I'm not an engineer, but certainly would ask those questions as to whether or not anything can be done to improve the Scout rink instead of having to build an additional rink with, duplicating seats that will remain empty most of the time. With respect to the Firebirds, I totally respect their situation, but that would be the case. Those 700 seats would sit empty most of the time. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, a question regarding the reporting for a need to build another ice pad. When you sort of look at it, I mean, you come to the conclusion that we're probably 2-3 years behind where we ideally needed to be, but looking further ahead into the future, I mean, we're predicting in approximately 7 years' time we need an additional 1.4 ice pads. So if we further extrapolate that, and I'm curious, it was just kind of missing from the report. I don't know if it was something that was provided additionally, and that would be my question. Is there, or was there consideration for potentially building another twin as opposed to just a single ice pad?
Through the mayor, there was some discussion during the work that Monteith Brown did. We looked at, could we find a location close by? The synergies with having 3 pads and potentially 4 pads on one site are significant. The additional cost to do a single pad now and add a second pad on a different piece of property would include land purchase, servicing land, separate staff teams, an additional Zamboni, all of the things that are already at the Wilmot Rec Complex would have to be duplicated. The cost was just astronomical to even consider that right now. There is the possibility a 4th pad could fit on that site. That would have to be further explored when we get the design team on board. We would also have to have consultation with MTO and a number of other folks to make sure that it's something that we could do on that location, and it could create a ripple effect of requiring soccer fields in other locations, because with every square foot of rink we need parking to accommodate the extra use. So it was discussed. I've kind of walked around this a little bit on you, but we felt that the 3rd pad being the most imminent and not really a guarantee that the 4th pad will be needed. It really depends on what type of community members come into Wilmot, if it's an older population or if it's a population who is not interested in this particular type of sport. Maybe in 10 years that need actually won't be there. So it was very difficult to decide how to approach the recommendation, and the most economical, feasible option was to look at the existing location and see where we are in 10 years and whether or not an addition of a 4th could be included at this site. It did say within the RFP design, or within the Monteith Brown report, to design it so that a 4th could be added if it's possible. So it will definitely be part of the discussions with Walter Fady at the time of design. I hope that answered your question.
Yep, Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Salonen, and thank you for your response. It in essence answers what I'm looking for. As a follow-up, I'm curious, the New Hamburg Community Center, reading through some of the report, we see what estimates would be to refurbish and potentially put another refrigeration plant in there and reuse that facility. what is the cost consideration at this point, or what are we looking at potentially to get that facility back up to being usable and essentially refurbished to a certain extent?
Through you, Mayor Salomon, it is a 70-year-old facility, 50? 75-year-old facility. It is a former airplane hangar that was put over top of this space to build it. It's not a properly constructed arena space, in other words. It's not insulated, it doesn't have parking, it's built in the floodplain. There are many complications with using that site for this purpose. And although anything's possible, you would have to remove the existing floor, add all new refrigeration lines under the concrete, add a whole new refrigeration plant. You would want to try and do some insulation. All of the plumbing and electrical is antiquated and would need replacing, which we're hoping to do in a few years. We have some grant money coming forward. It would also negate the agreement that we have started to work with the community players, because they're looking at an anchor tenancy agreement at that location. So it would make it very complicated to honor that as well. So we would have to look at that aspect. But it would be, I don't know what it would cost off the top of my head, but in order to make it meet modern standards, also dressing rooms, there really are no dressing rooms that meet current standards. You could probably fit 3 children and their hockey bags in the existing dressing rooms, and some of them have been changed into meeting spaces. So it would be an addition on the building to add dressing rooms, additional plumbing. It would be almost like building a new complex. And you again, excuse me, wouldn't have the synergies of having a staff team there, Zamboni there, other major costly equipment that would be required. So it's my strong opinion that it's not a viable solution to accommodate future ice. It's possible, certainly not impossible, but it would be very costly for what you would be able to have at the end of the day.
Councillor Sadhu?
Not so much a question, just so if you look back to 2007, the numbers have been gradually increasing in Wilmot for minor hockey and skating. I just see in 2030 the need for 3.4 pads, and more or less I'm going to be raising a motion to let's postpone this, put the brakes on it. The last thing I would want to do is spend $12 million in debt financing to make a practice pad, and then 8 years later decide, you know what, we need another pad, and we need to spend X amount of dollars. With the current economy doing what it is, the uncertainty, the high interest rates, I just don't, it's a tough pill to swallow, spending $12 million on a practice pad. That, yeah, essentially it. And in the future, if we look at our population growth, and if we have 4 pads, and we have an opportunity to do it right now, with the surrounding towns not having adequate ice time, and us being on a highway, we are central. We do have the potential of surrounding towns using our ice too, which is an extra revenue source. So right now, I just I'm raising the motion that we, excuse my pun, but put this on ice for now, and revisit it once our financial picture is looking a little better.
I'd like to know how long you worked on that pun.
I actually just thought of it when I saw Director Kelly there.
Okay, so you've moved your motion. Just 1 second, I'm making sure. So just to confirm, you've put forward this amending motion that this decision be deferred down the road. Okay.
Is there a time?
Is there a timeline upon which you'd like to see that?
Until we can have more community engagement. I know with some of the user groups, we'd like to engage with them also, kind of get their needs, and I don't know if there's a direct timeline, but I would say, is there a definite timeline we need to put on it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sadhu. So essentially, you're looking to put forward an amending motion to put this on ice, we'll wordsmith that a little bit.
Right.
Until a further date after public consultation has been achieved.
Yep.
Is there anything else are you just looking for the public consultation? Are you?
Yep.
I mean, is there anything else that you'd like to add to that, Councillor Stu?
No, this is pretty much it, just to kind of postpone it till we get a more clear picture and think of the long-term 10, 15-year projection, just because I think it would be irresponsible to spend that kind of money now and then within a short period of time, within 10 years, have to do it again. So take a deeper dive and look at our 15-year projection or 20-year projection and go from there.
I'm just writing the motion.
We're just getting the motion written up. It'll just be one moment.
Through you, Mayor, I'm just looking procedurally at what to do here because the staff recommendation is to award the RFP. So there is a 60-day irrevocable on that, and that will have to be, or 90. So that will have to be dealt with. You know, if you are not proceeding with awarding that tender within that time frame or the RFP, you would have to reject all bids. And so that essentially stops the process. So if you are looking to not proceed with this and you're putting an alternate motion on the floor, I think that's a separate motion. It's not really an amending motion, would be my thought. So I know procedurally we do things a little differently here, in which we would normally do a staff report. We would put that motion on the table and council would dispense with the recommendation of staff first. But I see Councillor Sadhu wants to propose a different motion. So we can deal with that first, but you will ultimately have to deal with the staff motion if you're not proceeding, because you will have to reject all bids.
Can I?
Councillor Martin?
Through you, the Mayor, can I ask a question about that procedure then? And I think it's connected. Is there a fee if we do reject all bids? Will there be a cost to the township, Director Jackson, or?
Through the Mayor, just the cost of time that the companies put into preparing the bids. So no, not a financial cost, no.
Councillor Dunstall?
Another question, through you, Mayor. Ms. Jackson, if we were to approve for them to at least start the design, which I would assume is a long process, so that once that design could be done and agreed upon, then we would be shovel-ready when we were to pull the trigger. Is that correct?
Through the Mayor, that's correct, and it also provides the opportunity to apply for grants. And there have been some significant grants historically for arena development that it's in this kind of economic time is often when those funds start to flow. If Patrick could correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's typically the case. So having a design ready, and again, the fourth pad can be a consideration during the design of the third pad because it can be designed so that, you know, they investigate the ability to attach it and plan accordingly. And that would save that the need to wait completely on both of those pieces.
Great, thanks. A follow-up question. And what is typically that time frame? So would we be saving 6 months, 7 months, whatever? Do you know?
Through the Mayor, to do the design?
Yeah.
I would say it'll take the better part of 6 to 9 months for sure. And they are including public consultation in the design as well, just to speak to Councillor Sadhu's comment. They will be doing public consultation to verify what is required. That will include the Firebirds as well, and they'll come back with proposals and a proposed design at 60%, as I mentioned. So it will include all of those pieces. And a design like that can have a fairly decent shelf life. If council decides they don't want to build right away, that design will still be ready to go if and when a grant comes down or something new comes along, maybe a major sponsor in the community or who knows.
Okay, great. Thank you. My concern is not having the ice time for the different teams, so trying to find solutions that might at least cut down on some of the time. Thank you.
If I may, just wondering, so if we were to award the grant tonight, can the scope change? Should they, I'm assuming that they applied to the RFP based off of one practice pad, but can the scope of that change and we can come out with a design plan that, for example, say they find a bowl is what's needed? I'm curious about that.
Through the mayor, we would have to speak with Walter Fady and determine whether or not they would require additional costs if that was the preferred solution. That would be up to them to do, and then they would provide us with a modified price if the price was different than what they proposed for the single pad.
So on that, I have a proposed, I believe it would be an amendment to, no? I stand corrected. I would just pose to my fellow councillors that if we were to look at this, perhaps we look at deferring the decision. I understand that Councillor Sadhu, you're already putting that forward as motion, but if we look at deferring and requesting staff to seek if scope is able to be changed, so instead of totally taking it off the slate, so that in theory we could maybe get designs underway, but not need to act on it. I would also personally like to see in the rest of our budget process what other capital projects we have on the slate so that we can prioritize and give direction for priority, because this is a very large capital undertaking. So I will kind of leave those comments. Also, and thank you very much for the report, Sandy, it was great. But one thing I do really think, especially because it is noted in the report, that a number of community members requested a design consideration for a bowl-style arena. But then it goes on to say that that was not considered in Monteith Brown's site plans. They're the people who are funding this, so I do think we need to be giving consideration to at least enough explore the option of what our community groups are looking for, and I think that would be including further community engagement. But I know that you wanted to say something, and I'd just leave councillors to think on that, because I am not allowed to propose motions or change things.
Through the mayor, thank you. That I would just wanted to reiterate that this would not be approving the construction costs this evening. So this is about getting the design underway. And again, the public consultation there will be another opportunity that will come back to council at 60% to say, and they may come back with, this is what it's going to cost. I'm sure they're listening this evening. This is what it's going to cost to do the 200 to 300 seat arena. I don't like calling it a practice arena because it will be used for games, but minor games versus a junior C type game. And maybe they can come back with options. Here's what it's going to cost to do this. Here's what it's going to cost to do this. This is what fits on the site, 1 rink, 2 rinks. Without taking the step forward and doing this design, it's very difficult to get the answers to those questions, because we have done considerable consultation already with the community as to what the user groups need. In anecdotally verbal conversations with them, they're saying, most of the groups are saying, we need the ice yesterday, we really need this ice. I do understand the Firebirds are looking at something to improve their seating and their sight lines. The majority of the groups have said to me verbally, after all of these research projects were done by Monteith Brown, that they just need the ice. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. We're not proposing the construction be approved this evening. At some point, the design needs to be done. The 90-day period ends on February 15th. So if it is deferred this evening, I would need to have a report back to council prior to February 15th, just to make you aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I understood this right. That we cannot, that if we do move forward, that having that on the table then allows us exposure to grants that we may be able to have. And if we do not, then we miss that opportunity, at least this go around, correct?
Through the mayor, we would have to bring forward, Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's the grant guru. We would have to bring forward council recommendation that we approve the construction of a rink before we will qualify to apply for a grant. It doesn't negate the opportunity, but it certainly improves it if you have a shovel-ready design.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
I wonder if I could speak to the procedure then, based on what you were saying. To be honest, in my learning curve, I keep wanting to call you Sharon, but I need to be more formal, and I apologize. And so that's why I'm stumbling. And so then I use the term Ms., and then I'm thinking I should be using director, and I should be using CAO, and I apologize to Director Jackson for not giving you your due deference. To our CAO, Ms. Chambers, my question then is, would it make more sense for us to first deal with the staff recommendation and to vote on that? And then I'm wondering if Councillor Sidhu would be willing to hold back on his motion until we first deal with the staff recommendation and then deal with your motion. Is that a way of moving forward on this process?
I just want to consult with our clerk on this because the actual motion for the staff recommendation was not on the floor. Yeah. It's not on the floor. So Councillor Sidhu's motion is the one that is on the floor, and it was not seconded. Okay. So he could choose to withdraw it, or you could choose, or we would ask for a seconder to see if it goes on to the table for debate. If it does not, then, or if it is voted on and it is not carried, then we could consider the staff report. But it should probably be dealt with first because it was on the floor first.
So to that end, Councillor Sidhu, what is the final motion that you would like to put forward or decision that you'd like to make?
So I guess the question is if someone would second my motion now, or do you want, okay.
Or you could withdraw, I'm being told. But yes, it would either be second or withdraw. But if you could read the motion first that the clerk has down, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Sidhu, that Councillor Sidhu put forward an amending motion that the report item 12.1 be deferred until public consultation could be undertaken and to come back at a future date. Essentially, it was a motion.
So is that what you want to move onto the floor right now, Councillor Sidhu?
So if you're saying if we proceed with the staff report, we have the ability to, in the design part of it, change things around and add a fourth pad and have further consultation, but not actually put shovel in the ground, then I will remove my motion. And if we have the opportunity through that report to make some major changes to it.
So that is shared.
Thanks. I just want to be really clear about what we're deciding here this evening, so I'd like to pose a question to Ms. Jackson. If you decide to award the RFP tonight to Walter Fady, you do have the option then to negotiate with the successful bidder on changing the scope of that. So if you do that, you can also provide direction to us to perhaps do more public consultation although the Monteith Brown, would you consider that, Ms. Jackson?
Through the Mayor, absolutely. However, it is in their scope of work to do public consultation. So it's already included if their RFP submission included user group and public consultation.
Mm-hmm. And so at some point, though, there would have to be a point at which we would come back, and perhaps that's a recommendation from them, considering council's having some second thoughts around the design and the requirements. So perhaps you could have a conversation with them as to an appropriate process for coming back and getting blessing on the design before you really get to that 60% stage, because at that point you've expended a lot of funds.
Through the Mayor, often, or not often, but there is certainly an opportunity at 30%, so that they haven't invested significant amount of time before they're bringing back the concept. And it would be similar to the concept that was provided by Monteith Brown, where they show how it's going to sit. And again, we can certainly discuss with them, what would be involved in looking at an arena with additional seating versus the existing recommendation to do 200 to 300 seats.
And I'm just wondering, since an RFP has not yet been awarded, is it deemed like bad faith or a faux pas to ask for a scope change after we've awarded it, despite the fact that there are like 7 or 8 other people who bid on it?
Through you, Mayor, it's more appropriate to do it after you award it. So you've already reviewed all of the submissions. They have won the RFP based on the scoring criteria. And then after it has been awarded, then you can negotiate with the successful bidder. To do it beforehand would be inappropriate. Yeah.
Okay. So councillors, any other questions before we bring forward the staff recommended motion then? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, if I'm to understand correctly by what I've heard this evening, we can award this design, but that does not allow us to apply for grants. Is that correct? I heard we need to be construction approved to get a grant.
Through the Mayor, it won't negate the opportunity to get a grant, is what I believe I stated, but it will be it'll be a benefit to have a shovel-ready project. Those grants often ask for a shovel-ready design, and it's not a no that you can't get a grant. You absolutely can get a grant without it. It often has timelines that aren't necessarily achievable for design and construction, but it's always better to have a design if you can.
So just so that I understand, because that now slightly confused me there. So shovel-ready means that we have the design drawn up so that once council approves, yes, go ahead with this project, it can go in the ground, but with the design, we have a better chance of getting grants?
Through the Mayor, yes, absolutely, right on.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, councillors, any additional questions or amendments or motions that anybody wants to make before we bring this motion to the floor? Okay, so with that, I'll read the recommendation that RFP 2022-36 be awarded to Walter Fady Incorporated, based in Kitchener, Ontario, for the design and project management of the addition of a third rink at Wilmot Recreation Complex, as per their submission dated November 18th, 2023, in the amount of $616,697.23. That was a lot of sixes, plus HST. Now, may I please have a mover for that motion? Okay, Councillor Dunstall, and a seconder. Councillor Martin, and all those in favor. Okay, that motion has not carried. All right. All right, thank you. So now moving along to correspondence, I wanted to note that there is one piece of correspondence from the Honourable Steve Clark, Sorry, Chamber.
I just want to know, because now we have an RFP out there, so is council rejecting all the bids on that?
Can I ask a question about procedure through you, the Mayor? I believe Councillor Cressman is no longer at a pecuniary interest if we're not considering Walter Fady as what do you call it, received tender. So couldn't he be part of our meeting now?
Yeah, that is up to the member as to whether they are in conflict, so they would
Fair enough.
have
Yeah,
to
he
make
did
that
leave. Yeah, okay.
determination. What I would just suggest is, we've sort of left things hanging here for staff, and so we'd like some direction as to what council wishes to do to proceed following this. If you do not wish to award this RFP, then you should direct staff to reject all of the bids. And then, at some point, we'll have to come back and get some direction from council as to how you wish to proceed.
Can I also, through you, the Mayor, may ask a question of procedure? So there are 4 of us sitting here, but isn't it possible for the Mayor to vote as well?
That's my question.
Yes, it is. The mayor chose not to vote.
So does
it's
that
a no.
mean the Mayor's voting against it?
Correct.
Okay, thank
An
you.
abstention is also a no, yes. We're just running over what we need to do procedurally to give staff direction. We're going to take a brief recess just to figure all of this out. We will adjourn soon. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor, we did take a brief recess just to determine the results of that motion not passing. And it essentially does cancel the RFP. So staff will be notifying the bidders that the RFP is canceled and that we will not be awarding that. And we will await further direction that comes forward from council to move forward.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Going back to the correspondence, so in the agenda, there is the correspondence that we received from Honorable Steve Clark, Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing. That is in the agenda for those that wish to read it. Moving along to item 14, which is bylaws. I will now read the recommendations and bylaws. The recommendation is that bylaws, as attached to this agenda, be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council. 14.1, bylaw 2023-XX, being a bylaw to appoint a clerk for the corporation of the Township of Wilmot and to rescind all bylaws for any previously appointed clerks. And the second is 14.2, bylaw 2023-XX, being a bylaw to provide for an interim tax levy to provide for payment, for the payment of taxes by installments. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconder. Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? All right, those bylaws have passed. Notice of motions. There are no notice of motions for this meeting. For announcements, and we're going to start doing this regularly, I just wanted to provide a regional update as I am your representative at the regional chair. So for those that have not been following along all of the excitement, we are headed into our first budget meeting on the region starting this Wednesday. So if you're really interested in what's going on there, which I would recommend you would be interested, definitely have a look. Wednesday we will be in committee almost all day. That's available in person at the region, as well as they do have online, I believe. And I also, on regional updates, wanted to point out for those that may not have seen or are not yet aware, there is currently on 2 regional roads a proposed roundabout, which they have signs up. It's at Steinman Mennonite Church, so Nafzinger, and I'm not certain if it's Snyder's or Waterloo Street at that point, but that intersection there's currently temporary lights. General context, I have asked, so those lights were temporary and that intersection, both roads are owned regionally. So part of their review of all intersections, they look at how functional their roadways are working and intersections are working. So that was up for regular review. It has been decided that that intersection based off of data is not optimal. So they are looking at possibly a roundabout. If not, there will still be construction and it will be left-hand turn lanes. But in order for that to happen, I need to hear from you as to how you want to be represented regionally on that decision. And with that, the region of Waterloo is doing an engagement. They have a survey online, as well as you can reach out directly to the region via phone or email to share your comments. If you have questions, concerns, any of that. I know I've heard that there's a lot of talk on Facebook. I would really, really, really encourage you to engage with the region so that they have that information when they bring it forward to regional council, which will include myself and my 15 other colleagues at that. With that, that's generally what's going on regionally. Councillors, do any of you have additional updates? Councillor Martin?
Yes, I do have a question through you, the Mayor. I apologize for being slow, and I did lose a card game the other night for not slapping the card fast enough. On point number 13, the letter from the Right Honourable Steve Clark, I don't see that letter, and I apologize. I just assumed it was going to be presented to us tonight, but when I click on the, normally all the items, you can click on them and see them. I haven't been able to see it, and I don't know if my colleagues have seen it. Nobody else has seen it. So I would like to see it, and because I'm curious about the Greenbelt.
Through Mayor Salonen to Councillor Martin, I can get you a copy of that. I can email it to you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And just to clarify, that'll go up for the general public as well, if it's not linked right now? Perfect. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Councillor Martin. Anybody else have additional announcements that they'd like to make? Okay, great. There is no business arising from closed, but I will now read the confirmatory bylaw, that the recommendation that the confirmatory bylaw as attached to this agenda be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Sadhu, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that has passed. And now we are on to the adjournment. May I please have a move by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All of those in favor of adjourning. And that has been passed. Our meeting is now closed.